And this is part 2 of our weekly test show.
And this is part 2 of our weekly test show.
Now, to set up the next part, alright, now to start the next part. Alright. Is my, I'll forget it. I'll check later. As you can see, that's what my locker is sending out right now. All those warnings from Hastings. Alright, so that is it for this week's Jeopardy Masters competition. Well, for today, for this week, that is. Now, remember how earlier I said that Jeopardy Masters was going to be on Wednesday and Thursday this next week? Well, I was actually wrong. I was actually wrong. Jeopardy Masters and Celebrity Wheel of Fortune will both be on Tuesday and Wednesday, beginning next week. So, as you all know, next week I'll be in the Lawn of Oaks. And of course, during the Roblox show, of course, I'll watch both of them, both Jeopardy Masters and Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. I'll of course watch both shows. So, did it seriously just go out? Oh, it doesn't matter. We don't need that last part. And I don't need that last part of the product. I can just go ahead and right then and there and cut it off. So, yeah, here's the file that I had playing in the background. Well, you all didn't hear it because I had both the microphone and desktop audio muted. But yeah, I decided to name it crazy. Parts of it crazy things, the craziest audio recording we've done, which of course shows no justice. And I decided to name this last section this. Oh god. Great. We're gonna actually try it again. Like I said, Hastings knows how to do severe weather coverage. I've got the Wheel of Fortune game ready. We can start that in a little while. And yeah, I decided why not play around with this file. Because I'm sure it involved something that I'm sure a lot of people here in Chicago have probably been doing over the past few days, and especially the first part of tomorrow. Well, before what's to come. Before what's to come. As I said, the highs are going to be in the 90s tomorrow, which is. Well, let's look at Chicago's climate reports. I want to see what the record high is for tomorrow. Let's just do the Aurora Airport as an example. So tomorrow, here we go. Record was 88, set back in 2001. That's definitely going to be broken. This is. This is also Aurora. Why are we on? Is that it? Is there more? Huh, this is just for Aurora Airport. Here's O'Hare. 91, so I'm sure that record's going to be tied. So it looks like some records will either be tied or broken. Actually, a majority of these records will either be tied or broken. Yeah, we are really going to get our taste of summer from this. As if we go over to the Weather Channel app again and look at the daily high. 91 tomorrow. Then it's supposed to go down to 87. And then it's going to go from that down to 64 for the high. That's for here. If we look at Oak Lawn, same story. It'll be 65 when I'm there, and then it'll go down to the 50s. But then it really won't warm up till like the very end, so. And this time I'll probably pack up a few pairs of shorts and some jeans as well. I'll probably bring I'll bring a I'll probably bring a bunch of each. I'll wait for it to get back to the watch before I end the recording. Alright, and then this one. That was when I went back on the flood warnings. And that 4 minute 21 recording is being superseded by this new one. And I already did a lot of the catch up, so I've already done a lot of catch up with this, so then all I just need to do is catch up the remaining products, and then it looks like Goodland it's already down to Dundee, Hitchcock, and Red Willow. And that's the one that goes to 11 tonight. Rochelle. That's the same thing. So I guess in some way, other than Goodland, I did plan very well for this event. Anyway, back to this now. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. How about in reverse now? Now we got kind of a little beat going on here. Let's add some more onto this beat. Oh my god. That sounds great. How did that cursor end up in the recording? I'm not even gonna bother trying, so gonna go ahead and replace it.
9:24 p.
All right, now to put the warnings in.
Windows.
And then this one right here. All right. And even before I finalize it, I'm going to go ahead and give it its... Oh, yeah, here's this we were doing earlier. Full lie. Full lie. That is how great it was. Literally. Here we go again. This is a flash flood warning. I figured because there was so much rainfall. This damn thing takes forever to load sometimes. Okay, let's try to load it again. Oh, and there was also something I was going to get to, but I never got to it. And that was backing up the... And that was backing up all the stuff from yesterday and Monday, if I forgot it. But I'm gonna check right now and see if I have backed any of it up. Let's chill. Sure, let's chill right now. Alright, first the Tuesday stuff. And let me verify that I did back up all the Monday. Uh-oh. Um... this is new. This claim doesn't restrict your video at the moment. Hmm. Is this something I forgot to trim down? I think this might have been a part I forgot to trim down in the original. But I'm going to check one more time. I'm going to check that slot and just make sure. I want to check and see because I think Oh, I think I see it now. I think I spotted it right here. It's interesting that it doesn't affect so, but yeah, it's probably from all this stuff. So I'm just gonna let it go ahead and erase it. So we will soon remove the ability to revert these changes. Well, you know what? I'm not bothered by it. As long as it's visible, I'm not bothered. As long as that is visible by everyone, that's good. It's fine as long as it's visible by everybody. So, but they'll tell me if something ends up happening and they update the status on that. But who knows when that'll happen. But I guess only time will tell. Okay, now then. what else were we going to do? We were going to take a look and see how the rest of this event tonight was going to play out. Garfield and Haltz. Let's see. They issued that watch until 3 a.m. Oh, geez, it looks like it's heading for the Twin Cities. So it looks like we may have to categorize this as a multi day event. Now, I want to check and see if, let's see if Chanhassen has any details on that. Oh, okay, that should have been a dot. There we go. Update to Thursday's severe weather threat. Here we go. It's round one. So it looks like this is going to be an overnight event. So from what we can see, there's the squall line going in through Minnesota. But then here is the enhanced risk, and then you can see the hashed hail and the tornado threat. So that's the only update they have at the moment. But then, of course, they'll have more. They'll release another briefing tomorrow morning, and we'll see. Yeah, they'll release another briefing tomorrow morning, and then we should have updated information by then. So, based on the radar, I'm gonna go ahead and update the. So, based on the radar, I'm gonna update the monitors based on such. Now, it's not like I'm going to hit reset right now. I'm just preparing. Just preparing the monitors for tonight. Oh, dust storm warning. Alright, so based on what we're seeing, I'll go ahead and X this out because we don't need it. So, with this looking to go through the Twin Cities and Sioux Falls overnight, I'm going to go ahead and add, I'm going to go ahead and put Sioux Falls and Chanhassen in there. But we can go by 24 hours and we can see. And it looks as if Duluth is also in this too, from what I've seen. So, if that is the case, then I'm going to add Duluth into the list as well. I'm going to add Duluth as well. And then the automated stuff for tonight. But of course, this is just the first part. But then, of course, I'll put in the main stuff, at the end when we're all done. When we end our program tonight. So we are all caught up, and we are set for Deal or No Deal tonight. So we are caught up pretty substantially, so we are ready to go for Deal or No Deal this evening. Is it done? Okay. And there's one plus another. And I'm gonna check Comcast as well, just to see. Um, Nothing much. So that looks like that's it. So it looks like that is it then. We are at the catch-up point. So we are up to date with this stuff. So now that we're caught up and we have everything ready to go for tomorrow, let's play around a little more with this file while we wait for our contestant to show up. Din, 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 din. Din, 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 din. Does it say like ding, 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 ding? All right, let's go ahead and load the virtual machine. That was the vertical line clip we were dealing with earlier. Here's our file. Oh wait, I have the wrong number. Psych, that's the wrong number. Now it's correct. It's saying din 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 din. There's something I've been forgetting. And this is probably one of the many reasons why Brandon hasn't came, especially last week. 0.6. Just 0.6, good enough. Ah, yes, this thing. It messed around with its speed. Wow, that's so fun. Alright, well, we gotta do it by rule. I see the phone icon, so that probably is a good sign. Well, we'll see if he answers within this 20-minute period. Meanwhile, we'll just keep messing around with this recording while we wait for an answer. And I probably should get Ginger out of here too. That way it doesn't interfere with. Okay. Alright. I'll try it one more time. Alright. I'll try it one more time and then we'll see if the Lembine stops by. And if so, then he will be our contestant if he joins within this 15-minute period. So. As I'm not sure if Brandon's following along with the severe weather event in Nebraska or the flooding in DC. Not sure what he's following tonight, or he could probably be watching one of those races, if there's one even happening right now. And no answer. Okay. All right. We'll give him or the Lembine 15 minutes to respond back, and if we do not hear from any of them within this 15-minute period, then we're going to jump ship straight to Wheel of Fortune. I mean, with the second edition, pretty much I don't even know why there's even a reason we're even doing it anymore. Because, I mean, as you've seen, just like with the 1998 edition, a lot of the puzzles are pretty much repeats. And, I mean, as you all know, the random character extravaganza has pretty much been a huge success. It's been a huge success in the overnight blocks. So yeah, the random character extravaganza has been showing tremendous success. I gotta be honest. I mean, it was introduced by accident. I mean, had I not made that mistake, we wouldn't have been doing these random character things. And I find these random character extravaganzas quite fun. You know, where I take some time off from just just the standard old the standard old way of playing Wheel of Fortune. Instead, I can just call characters that would normally not be possible to call. Yeah, at symbols, asterisks, dollar signs, everything. That's so funny. I just realized I didn't even flip the color back because I was so distracted from all those shows. There. That's better. That's better. Is that the general? Or what is this? Some logger took a eternity to send that out. Okay. Alright then, so and I'll probably try Brandon again every 5 minutes, and we'll keep trying, and then if we do not hear back from him within this period, then as I said, we're going to jump ship right to Wheel of Fortune, and that will just be one of the last things we do tonight. Now, while we're also at it, let's take a look and see if Chicago has updated any information about tomorrow's outbreak, and then we'll talk about our plan. Yeah, here we go. So here's the briefing that they've updated. So this is the updated briefing from earlier this afternoon. This is while Jeopardy was going. So, of course, the threat of severe weather exists across the entire region, with additional severe storms possible Friday south of I-80. Critical fire danger due to the combinations of southwest winds, record high temperatures, and of course dry conditions. But with this, there have been no changes, and we are going to get our next update by tomorrow, by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So that is when we'll be getting our next update on this briefing, and of course, we will be keeping our eye on this. And as you can see now from this map, you can see that now a majority of Will County is in the enhanced risk area. And we can now see that particularly my particular area is on the border of enhanced and slight. And we can see this is the concurrency. That's the interchange with I-55 and I-80. This is a test of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Operational Area Emergency Alert System. We could have done that instead. Well, let's enjoy the whole song and then I'll go back and try it again. Actually, never mind. It's not going to take that long. So it's perfect that TOP is choosing to test now because there isn't much else to see. All right. Back to the music, please. All right, we're going to try Brandon one more time. And I'll give him 10 minutes. If we don't hear from him, then I'll resume my discussion on the briefing. Now I'll go ahead and take TOP off. Toss them out. Then move the automations to the, not next week, but the week after. Because it'll be DC monthly week. All right, nothing. All right. I'll wait 10 minutes and we'll try him one more time. And if we don't hear from him, then unfortunately, Deal or No Deal will not be seeing another episode for a second week in a row. And WAOK tested today as well, so I'm going to go ahead and move those to next week. And let me head back to that Weather Channel app and look at the 24 hours again. From what I'm seeing on ABC's radar, so far it looks like the main risk is going to remain north, but of course we can't rule out the possibility of Chicago possibly issuing a few things as well throughout the day tomorrow. So depending on how this risk plays out, that will decide as to whether or not we will do backyard baseball or not. That'll decide whether we do backyard baseball tomorrow or not. So, of course, that will be a huge factor. But anyway, going back to this, from the radar observation, I am very, very certain that Northern Illinois EAS be is going to be going live for this event. And the weather scan, I am looking to put that on severe weather mode as per our rule. We usually put it in severe weather mode for enhanced risks or greater. So enhanced risk or greater, that's when we usually put our weather scan into severe weather. Yeah, into severe weather mode, whether it's local here in Chicago or not. Like how WJON does it. He does it the same way. And there's that warning that took him forever to relay. I've already relayed it, so we can see that marginal goes from the Quad Cities, then more toward the central part of the state. That's where you'll be in the slight. So, yeah, I am literally on the border of enhanced and slight, like right around here. So that's literally what we got. And then this is on the wildfire risk. And then here's the and then there is the information regarding tonight, and then of course the question marks indicating whether severe weather will be expected there or not. But let's also check Grand Rapids since they're also in the enhanced risk, and I see they already have a briefing right here. They're showing the whole entire graphical outlook, but that's really all they say. Even when the air is hot, water can be cold. So yep, that's just some useful information. Yeah, cold lake water. Yeah, the lake was pretty cold when I was there, so unfortunately that's why I was not able to even try to go for a swim in the lake like I was hoping I would. But I mean, I wanted to make my long time return to Michigan as special as possible. So a swim in the lake would have definitely done justice, but sadly that's not how it played out. But I enjoyed the trip nonetheless. And I mean, we've talked about it several times already. All right. So I've already went ahead and stripped off WTOP. And of course, I'll be taking stuff out as we go, as stations end up testing. So I'll just go take a few minutes and say goodnight to my parents as they're heading off to bed now. And then once they are in bed, and then once they're all tucked in, I'll call Brandon one final time, see if he picks up. If not, then we will be jumping ship to Wheel of Fortune. So I am getting the disc ready. Switch to the physical drive. We'll give it a moment. Yep, I'll let my father turn out the light. Because he takes forever. Alright, so unfortunately Brandon is unable to join us tonight. So we're going to go ahead and go right to Wheel of Fortune.
Normal game? Okay, so how many people out there? What kind of game do you want to play?
20 minutes.
Type in your name, player one.
And let's play the Hawaii set, because it's feeling like summer. Or you know what? Let's play Vegas, because it's going to feel as hot as Vegas tomorrow. Let's do that. Let's do that set instead. So with that, let's play Wheel of Fortune.
From the Sony Picture Studios, it's America's Game. Are you feeling lucky? I hope so, because it's Las Vegas Day here on Wheel of Fortune. And now, here's your host for Wheel of Fortune, Vanna White.
Thanks, Charlie. Welcome to our game. We've got some great new puzzles for you, so let's get started.
And we shall get started.
Let's take a look at our category.
We're
Person.
looking for a person.
Okay, start things off. You get us going, player one.
Right. We'll do the honors.
$400.
How about an S?
Just the one S.
Only one.
$600.
An R.
Good, there are 3 R's here.
Let's buy the E.
Not an
No
E in
E.
sight. Player 2, you're up.
Oh, I'll spin, Vanna. Big money, woohoo!
$600.
How about L?
No.
No, sorry, no L's.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Player 3, on to you.
I'm gonna spin. Vanna, I'll try an N.
1 N in this
There's
puzzle.
Nen.
Here's your free spin.
So that's insurance.
Let's give this a spin.
$300.
I'd like to see a T.
Good, 2 T's.
Can I buy a vowel, please? A.
Yes, there's 1 A.
I'd like to buy another vowel. O.
Yes, there's 1
There's the
O.
one O.
Let's give this a spin.
$600.
H.
No H's.
No H, sorry.
Okay,
Yes, the free
I'll use the
spin.
free spin. I'm gonna spin.
$300.
W.
Nope.
Not a single W.
Oh, not that one.
Player 1, over to you. $600.
Let's do a C.
Yes, there is a C.
First round draft pick.
Way to go. You did it! Fantastic! Let's see how all our players are doing after this round. Player 1, what can I say? Excellent start. Okay, here comes the next round.
Yep, next puzzle.
We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
You can nip Jack Frost right on the nose with these fabulous his and her snowboards, valued at $2,150.
This time, the category is
It's
Classic TV.
SPCPlainfield will be going first this time.
This time, player 2 goes first.
Okay, here I go. I'd like to spin. Let's see that big one.
$400.
I'd like an L, please, Vanna.
Nope.
No, sorry. No L's.
Oh, man.
Player 3, on to you.
Let's give this a spin. Come on, show me the big money.
$700.
Let's see, I'll try an S, please.
No, sorry. No S's.
No!
Hey, then it's on to
Player
me.
1, over to you. $550.
How about an R?
One R in this puzzle.
Right.
$400.
An N.
One N in this puzzle.
Let's buy the A.
Yes, there's one A.
Okay, how about the E?
Not an E
Nope,
in
no E.
sight. It's your turn, player 2.
I'll spin.
$700.
I will try T.
Not a single T. Player 3, on to you.
I think I'll spin, Vanna. Come on.
$400.
I'll take an H, please.
No, sorry. No H's.
Oh,
Player
darn.
1, over to you.
Alright, buy the I.
Yes, there is an I.
How about an M? Nope, no M.
There are no M's. Sorry. It's your turn, player 2.
Oh, I'll spin, Vanna.
$900.
Any W's, Vanna?
Not a single W. You're up, player 3.
I'd like to spin the wheel, please. C is in cake?
Yes, there is a C.
I'd like to spin, please.
$450.
G, please.
No G's. Sorry.
Oh, man.
Player 1, over to you.
Alright.
$900.
About a D.
Yes, there's a D. In fact, there are two of them.
Alright, we'll buy the O.
Yes, there's one O. All the vowels are now gone. $300.
Y.
3 Y's. $150.
B.
We can do that. 4 Bs, in fact.
Bobby is
Hey, well done.
Brady Bunch.
You did it! Fantastic! Let's see how all our players are doing after this round. You're hot today, player 1. Okay, here comes the next round.
Now it's time for the jackpot round.
All right, it's the jackpot round. We'll start off with $5,000 and increase that amount with every spin of the wheel. Good luck. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
Head 'em up, partner. It's time for an all-expense-paid trip to the famous Calgary Stampede in Calgary, Canada. Valued at $4,760.
The category of this puzzle is proper name. Player 3, you start us off this time.
Okay, here I go. I'm gonna spin.
That jackpot is growing. $550.
L.
Not a single L. Player 1, over to you.
All right.
Oh well, at least you didn't lose too much. Player 2, you're up.
I'll spin.
$600.
Can I have an S?
No, you may not.
There are no S's. Sorry.
Oh, why
You're up,
me?
player 3.
Let's give this a spin.
$550.
I'd like an N, please.
A pair of N's for you.
I think I'll buy a vowel here, Vanna. A.
Yes, we have 2 A's for you.
I'd like to buy another vowel. I'd like an O, please, Vanna.
Yes, there's 1 O. All the vowels are now gone.
I'd like to spin, please.
$400.
R.
Not a single R.
Oh, man.
Player 1, over to you. $800.
D.
Uh-huh, 1 D.
Madonna.
Way to go. Yes! Let's check out how all the players are doing after this round. You're hot today, player 1.
So $7,400. And we're gonna put a different
Let's get
prize
ready
on
for the
wheel.
next round. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
It's up, up, and away with this glider aircraft worth more than $9,875.
Want to see the category? Here goes. Event. Okay, start things off. You get us going, player 1.
Thing.
$300.
S. Nope.
No, sorry, no S's. It's your turn, player 2.
I'll spin. Let's see that big one.
$600.
I'll try an L.
No L.
Not a single L. You're up, player 3.
I'd like to spin, please.
$450.
Is there an N, Vanna?
There are no N's. Sorry.
Oh, darn.
Player 1, over to you. $800.
How about a T?
1 T, show us. $600.
An R.
A couple of R's.
All right, let's buy the O. Oh, there's gonna be a bunch of them.
Good guess. There are 3.
All right, how about the U?
Good guess. There are 3 U's.
How about the letter P?
Yes,
board?
1 P.
And then buy the E.
There are 3 in this puzzle. $300.
D.
Yes, there's a D. In fact, there are 2 of them.
Guided tour of Europe.
That's it. Yes! That's it for this round. Let's see how all our players are doing. You must be a wheel watcher, player 1. Time for the next round. Good luck, everybody.
Let's see what this puzzle is.
This time around, our category is phrase.
Phrase.
This time,
Lesson
player
2 will be
2
going
goes
first.
first.
Okay, here I go. Let's give this baby a spin. Come on.
$700.
I'd like an L, please, Vanna.
Yes, we have 1 L.
I think it's time to purchase a vowel. An A.
Okay, 4 A's as a matter of fact.
Yes! I'd like to buy another vowel, please. An O.
No O's for you. Sorry. You're up, player 3.
I'll spin the wheel.
$500.
Is there an S?
No, sorry. No S's. Player 1, good luck. $450.
D.
Good guess. There are 3.
All right, E.
This should help. There are 3 of them. $900.
The C.
Yes, there is a C.
Yeah, we've done this puzzle before.
Good job. Yes. That's the end of this round. Let's take a look at the scores. You're hot today, player one. Okay, here comes the next round. The category of this puzzle is proper name. Player three, you start us off this time.
Okay, here I go. Let's give this a spin.
$300.
Vanna, I'll try L.
Good, 2 L's.
I'm gonna buy a vowel. I'd like an A.
Okay, 4 A's as a matter of fact.
All right! I'd like to buy another vowel. How about an O?
There is an O, just the one.
Let's give this a spin.
$900.
Is there an S?
A pair of S's.
I'd like to buy a vowel, please. E.
Unbelievable! There are 6.
6 E's.
All right, here we go. I'd like to buy another vowel. I'm gonna go with the U.
No U's. Sorry.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Player one, good luck. $600.
G.
Good news, there are 4 of them in this puzzle. $800.
R.
There are 3 in this puzzle.
Let's buy the last vowel.
There are 2 I's. Yes, and now you're out of vowels. $900.
C.
1 C. $300.
Y.
Yes, there is a Y.
F.
Just the 1 F. Here's your free spin. $600.
N.
A single N up there. $900.
Let's try H.
1 H, where is it? $300.
M.
Can do. 1 M. $800.
K.
Not a single K. Would you like to use your free spin?
Oh, that's right. I have it. Yeah, sure. Let's use it.
$500.
G.
Yes, a solitary G. $300.
B.
Can do. 1 B. $300.
D.
Yes, 1D there is.
Secretary
Nice going. All right, there you go. Let's see how you're doing after this round. Player 1, what can I say? Excellent start. All right, let's go to the next round and the next puzzle. We've got a prize on the wheel this time, Charlie. Tell us about it.
You can nip Jack Frost right on the nose with these fabulous his and her snowboards, valued at $2,150.
Here's the category for this round. Things.
And that's
We're running a bit short on time here. I'm going to have to give the wheel a final spin. $300.
I'd like an L, please, Vanna.
There are no L's. Sorry. Player 3, on to you.
How about an S?
Good, 2 S's. Player 1, over to you.
T.
Not a single T. It's your turn, player 2.
I'll take an N, please, Vanna.
We can do that. 4 N's, in fact.
Woohoo! I love it.
Player 3, on to you.
I'd like an R, please, Vanna.
We have 1 R for you. Player 1, good luck.
E.
Yes, there's an E. In fact, there are 2 of them.
Yeah, but I won't get any money for it.
Sorry, that's not quite it. We'll have to move to the next player. Player 2, you're up.
Maybe an H.
Yes, there is an H. You're up, player 3.
I'd like a W, please.
No W's, sorry.
Oh, why me?
Player 1, good luck.
F.
1 F. Hey, well done. Well done. Way to go, player 1. That was a fun round. Let's see how everyone's doing. You're hot today, player 1. Nice work, everyone. Moving on to the bonus round is our top money winner, player 1. It's the bonus round. Start by picking one of these cards, and we'll see if we can't add to your total.
Let's do E.
Here's the category for this round. Phrase. Here are the letters R, S, T, L, N, E. Now pick 3 more consonants and a vowel.
H. G. C.
Here's
and
your
A.
bonus round puzzle.
I have no idea. Off the cuff.
Aw, that's too bad. But you still finished first. Congratulations.
That was hard.
You made a killing. Way to go, player one.
Hi, folks. Charlie O'Donnell here. Before we get to our game, let's just get a few details out of the way.
Alright. Now let's wrap this thing up.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Alright, stop the video. Okay. Before we shut the virtual machine off, let's see if we missed anything. We didn't. Wow. Okay. And we're starting to see the other watch beginning to expire, as we're pretty much at the end of the event. Alright. We're going to go back on everybody else's weekly in just a little bit. But first, let's shut this thing down. Turn it off. Destroying the Windows 11 installer.
I think we're done already. Yeah, we're already done, so let's get out.
Already done, so let's get out. Great. Okay, and now it's time to get the Verizon set up. Yeah, they're the traces of those wallpapers and stuff that I left behind. There we go. All right. This time everything. All 25. Actually, don't pull all 25 up just yet. Alright, so we're only going to pull up 5, all of 6, these 2, 9, and all this. We're just going to start with those, and then as we go through here, we'll add more as time, as we progress. So we'll add more as we go. So yeah, I do understand this setup is going to look sort of ugly, but yeah, I do understand the setup is going to look kind of ugly, but bear with me. Neither of these Horizons tested last night, so we have to accommodate for them all. And since these 6s are extras, I'm sure at this point then we're going to get our true Verizon Bliss tonight. Okay, so everything has been checked, and we are set. I see WTMX went. Let's take care of them before 6-1 goes. Okay. And now I'll go remove them from across them off. All right. Hopefully, we will have some better luck with these Verizon clusters tonight. Hopefully, we will have some better luck tonight, unlike last night. But let's see what happens. Yep. All right. What is this? Wow. Okay. Now, as part of our usual proceedings, we go back on what everybody got. And we begin with this crazy with microphone distortion from all these sirens of all these radios and scanners that Landon has. Oh my god. I mean, we were talking earlier about how distorted the microphone sounded after all those radios went off. Dang. I could tell he uses Android. Next up is Storm Wyatt, who of course got the St. Louis Weekly, this time with two of his Radio Shacks. what looks to be a 12-2 something and a 12-993. And then Texas Gulf Coast, formerly EAS's school, confirmed a new station, KDT on 90.3. And here's the Houston Weekly on KJY 78 and KWWJ. And then the broadcast cycle KIH20 out of Huntsville, which he managed to DX all the way from Houston, Texas. That's literally like a few states over. And then it's Louisiana, and then Mississippi, and then you've got, and then of course that's where you'll find Alabama. Southern PA also uploaded also premiered the compilation of the severe weather events from yesterday. Well, it wasn't really a severe weather event. It was just mainly what's known as the flood section. And then this was the bug that State College was experiencing after returning from the AWIPS update. Now we go on to Thunder Buddy. Here was the flash flood warning from earlier today. That went through KWO 35. And I think this is a separate one. This, I believe, is a separate one. Could have gotten them both on there, but unfortunately I didn't. But oh well. Let's get past this crazy intro. And then here's the weekly from New York City. And I did not see Cornwall, Connecticut. So I couldn't really tell if Albany was doing the AWIPS update or not. Or they just decided to postpone for no reason. I don't know for sure, but why don't we check WXL34 and see what's going on? Well, it seems like it's operating normally. Oh my goodness, 247, 248 have already expired? Oh, that's right, this is the main one, and then there's a separate one, so... Okay, so those were the two watches from earlier in the event. And of course, I'll be keeping my eyes glued to these Verizons. And I see Tommy PNSF is also playing catch up with some trains along the Mendota subdivision. For number 5 from last week. Then Chief number 3 with the 203. And then he zooms in on the little race that's going on. And then center mobile and that manifests.
At least SXI-888, that train starts on Rose Lake, Illinois.
North Lake?
SXI-888, that train starts on Rose Lake, Illinois. Heads east, Port of New Jersey, where it terminates. That meant the Norfolk Southern.
And there's VHO 14. So I can get it on. If I can. But did I do it in time? Yes, I did. Finally, we're off and running after so long. Yeah, after what seemed like so long. Okay, continuing on now.
May 6, 2025. All right, here comes the.
This is the Lakeshore Limited. The stuff you got on the camera. And there's VHO 6. Alright, 6.2 is coming next. There's the geometry train. Another Lakeshore Limited. This was from Sunday, I believe, with the private car. honks the horn through all the crossings in town. Pretty short, and there's a caboose at the back of that. Something you don't commonly see on freight trains anymore. And what's this? GoPro Hero 10 camera test.
It's recording in good quality so far. On my other video, I wasn't able to test it, and that was before I fully recharged it. Right now, I am recording off of it. So yeah.
And there's the next one. Okay. Six threes coming next.
Alright guys, talk to you guys later.
And next up, this manifest from earlier today. In Willis. This I think is Willis, Michigan. Line 6-3. There it is. This is the next one on the list. Blessing of the Bikes, May 18th. And here is the, and then this is from June 2023. He's slowly catching up. This was a tornado warning that came out of nowhere. Early half of summer 23, not good. And then this was from April 23. There's 6-3. Okay, this one's next. And of course, 6-6 is right there at the end.
For the following county, Illinois, Maryland. The portion of Central Maryland. Saturday. Impact. Flooding of rivers.
And then here's Midland Catcher's collection of things. Is there even anything at all?
It's forecast. It will. You're listening to the weather, reading all answers. This transmitter serves the BD.
That's too late.
Public warning system. Warnings for the following counties in north central South Carolina.
The year 310 is tuning frequencies on its own. It's ghosts. What is this? So I suppose he finally got everything up from May 3rd. As I can tell by the date. So this is their setup. And then this is everything from April 19th. Here's the last one of VH06. All right. Go ahead and spin that clip over. And cross 6 off the list. Continuing on. And this was the flash flood emergency from yesterday. And there's the day 2 outlook. Flash flood warning for all. SC70 are also uploaded the severe weather compilation from April 30th and May 2nd. Up to May 2nd. And the KSLX got the Lincoln and St. Louis weeklies. And then Brian Schlipp got the Southwest Michigan monthly on WMUK. And then Accurate, of course, got the weekly off of KEC 74 Indianapolis. And then this is from yesterday. What is this? Did he write this himself? Or was this the work of AI? Oh my god. Oh my god. Everybody's running weeklies now. And we'll go take care of DRV when this is done. So is this where they got the name Birdwell Island for Viking or something? Probably. All right. In that case, I'm going to take the video V for water now. All right. I think that will be the last of the local tests we get. Let's continue with this now. Yeah, I didn't do puffer. I was hoping I would, but oh well. There was the entire live stream. And this is KTX out of Hugo, Alabama. No, Oklahoma. And then you also got WSK 3093 out of Dodge City. Could have used that for. Oh, that's right. Dodge City was doing anything. And then the rest of them is just the row fanning stuff and the cockatoo video. Okay. An old business laptop from Dell from 2007. XP, Vista, or 7? Windows 7. Home. Home Premium Service Pack 1.
Seems to be up and running. Not too. And we're replacing the battery side.
Apocalyptic Alley. I see Storm Tracker was on another road trip. You got KDO 89 St. Louis. This was yesterday. You got KXI 70 Jerseyville. There's WXA 85 out of Fairfield. The broadcast cycle of KXI 62 in Montezuma. And this is Hawk Point on WNG 728. Yeah, but it's bugged. And I cannot tell what Yoshi fan is even what is he even doing. And then let's see what the rest of them are about. KNA TV test. So he's testing out the TV portion of his dad's deck. It looks like he streamed it. As he was setting it up. And what's this purple mayhem? It's a work of fiction. Of course it is. KCB with the Universal logo.
It is not known if there are dates, how it's transmitted, or how it affects the human, but we can know it is contagious. Do not eat the contaminated jelly. If you do, which can be named as the EX41 spread. Ongoing virus out.
Minion emojis too. What is it? Jeez Louise.
For disease control. Instantly. Subjects appear to also suffer from some breaking into. The cast is being transmitted, but
Brought to you by YPTV9 Chicago.
Shelters, cars, and people are being swallowed in one go. These minions have the ability to gain faster speed.
Seems like this is inspired from Despicable Me.
58% of the population is now purple minions. 50 states reporting these minions. As of now, EX41 is now declared a pandemic. Military in the East are
the virus began turning everyone into bloodthirsty minions who attack anyone on sight. This virus is not a disaster globally, and it is expected that other countries will follow with the PX. Almost 41 persons documenting and sheltering in place are useless. In the next 2 weeks, all countries globally could fall should vaccine be undiscovered. There's no reason to stay calm. Go into panic mode. Daniel 386, Spirits and Sense Vision.
And apparently that's the end of it, so. Looks like he doesn't have it ready yet, but I'm sure he will have it ready for us by, well, ready for us by tomorrow. Dora locks her family out of the house.
Why would you lock us out? No, I can't have fun without you grounding me. And you always tell me to play video games.
That's we're going to find a way to get it.
The window is too strong. Wow. Proof windows.
Heavy named well. You can go on top. The second floor window has no lock. I'll go get a ladder to climb up.
I wish this was I'm going to use my parents' credit card to buy everything.
Okay. Grounded for 74 days. You will receive a punishment when you get out.
Yeah. Well, Special Metrolink. What is this? 2012. The Nuclear Within. I remember. I remember watching this one. Well, basically, in that scenario, some Russian scientists find a way to mix um, anti-uranium components with the nuclear materials. Nope, that is weekly spam. How do I know it's weekly spam? Because I've seen that area come up 50,000 times. And there's like no set pattern, it's like random. And I saw KLT did not take those random tests off of CRTV. But we don't need those other ones because so before we decide our next move, Yep, here we go. Everybody's run weeklies now. Beautiful. All right, now we'll go back on that Comcast. Is the server broken again? Yep, it appears it's broken again. But I am just going to let it try to connect. So that's how we're going to have to do it until the... Yep, we got a gateway timeout error. So obviously that's not a good sign when we run into an error like that. Now that we're caught up, there's one more thing we gotta do. We'll go to the previous Wheel of Fortune episode. And yep, Flip Champ's cache was wiped. So I gotta go here, throw in the video from today, and switch the date to May 14th. And then we can just get on with rendering the episode. Just reposition the video inside the box. Make sure it fits entirely on
of fortune.
Okay, and then here's the end of it. All right, and then we'll go ahead and hit export. All right, and then we will just let FlipChamp do the rest of the work from there. So everything's in there for tonight, just in case Sioux Falls or Chanhassen or anybody else decides to do anything else tonight. whether it be severe weather or anything like that. But otherwise, that's pretty much it. So, I think that's really about everything that we needed to do. All right, let me reposition all of these here. All right, and now if you will just give me a few, about a minute or two here. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have disconnected, as another Comcast Weekly just showed up. We're going to do the rest of them on the remote desktop. Oh yeah, and I forgot one more. No. There we go. So yeah, that's how I'm going to have to handle the Comcast right now. All right. So, folks, we're down to the final 10 minutes here before we say goodbye. So, before we do, why don't we take one last look Oh, yeah, there was this. That was fun. Literally. So, yeah, last night we were just looking at a whole bunch of restaurants and, seeing which ones would be great. And, yep, here's the island. Brandon was not interested. And here's all the crazy stuff, too. Let's reset the volume level. "45 minutes remaining." Oh, well, of course it's going to take 45 minutes because of the other thing that's running in the background. Get out of here, Google TV. And what's this down here? Oh, of course, every time somebody runs a weekly, this logger always fails to relay it. Alright. So you know what? After I finish the automated tests, if this logger continues to fail these weeklies, then I'm gonna have to hard code these weeklies into these stations into my monitors as well. And of course, this will go alongside Delaware and the automated tests. No, including tonight's. Speaking of which, we are at the final tests here. So let me go ahead and get the WCKA going. And I don't want to keep this plugged in for a while. So there we go. And there it is. And then of course I will readjust all the Verizons and whatnot immediately after we go off the air tonight. So yeah, I gotta say, what a fun day this was. What a fun day. Although I had to take care of that one brief survey for the college training, but now that it's done, so all my college work is officially done now for the semester. And the only thing that's left to do now is plan for the next semester. I'll actually plan for my final 3 semesters of college, in fact. This summer, which starts next month, fall 2025, and then spring 2026, and then that will be the end of it. So now I'm going ahead and putting the closing sequence on for 2025-43. And I am also going to straight away start number 44. -44. And of course, I'll do it like we typically do. I'll do what we typically do. I'll wait for. I will wait for the export to complete. Of course, I'll wait for the export to finish on the video, and then I will. And then after that, I will get it uploaded, and then just head off to bed. Oh, I'll wait for VH09 to go. But who knows when they could go. All right. But now it's time to restart the station to change out the monitors for tonight to include Aberdeen, Chanhassen, Sioux Falls, and a bunch of other stuff. So then I'll just take these two out. And these were supposed to go into a separate document. And that's if and again, so there's a bunch of offices now that are going to be monitored, because there's a bunch that have done their. I think I missed one. Okay, well, thank goodness I muted in time. H. Alright. Okay, so everything is ready to go now for tomorrow. I'm going to clear the Wednesday list. Everything is set for Thursday. So what I'll do for tomorrow is, like I usually do, I'll go through each of them one at a time. Let each cluster go by one at a time, and then, restart the monitors, as we go on through, as we go through this. And there we go. We have hit the stroke of midnight, and I see that Sterling wants to. And I see that Sterling would like to put an end to this. This will be the final entry.
Location experience. Catwick, Calvert, Haven. This includes the following select road roads: Route 806 at Shenandoah Path and Soliga Road to Town Run near Route 806. Please visit www.
So let me go back and add this in now. And since the warning got issued before midnight, I will go ahead and include it. Okay. That will be the end of it. Clocking in at a grand total of 4 hours and 15 minutes. Of course, we're still going to go through tomorrow's video, so we'll talk about how tomorrow will go in just a moment. But first things first, we have to say goodbye to Tom and Ben. Thank you both, of course, as always, for being great members of our little show. Maybe we'll have you both back tomorrow when we cover the enhanced risk, possibly moderate. We'll see how it plays out. So we'll see it both. We'll either see you both tomorrow, or we'll see you back next week in the Lawn of Oaks. Otherwise, then the next 2 weeks here at home. So good night, you two. So we'll go ahead and X them out. Everything that we did on there, I'm gonna upload those to the computer. I'm gonna let that export continue and then eventually finish, and I will get that Wheel of Fortune episode into its place. Alright, so I'll go ahead and spend the final minutes here before we say goodbye to talk about how tomorrow the Sox won 4-2. We beat the Reds yesterday in 10, so we've pretty much won the series. So tomorrow we're going for the sweep. So here is the plan tomorrow. Of course, I will see if any of those other offices end up make up their weekly. See if they make their weeklies up. So, I mean, there's still quite a few of them. Some are still doing upgrades. Others are postponed because of severe weather, whether they made a statement or not. But we will. I don't know why it's relaying it twice, but it should be. If that's the same thing. But, yeah. It's already done. It's over with. It's final. So. I guess with that said then, here's how tomorrow is going to go. Of course, since tomorrow is our severe weather action day, we are probably going to be live on air doing coverage all day. So we'll probably be doing all day coverage. All day coverage tomorrow. So So no, you won't get your Nostalgia Paradise episode or any of that other stuff here on Playfield TV tomorrow. And it's because the Reds and the White Sox are actually going to be starting at 11:45 a.m. So yeah, 11:45 a.m. That's in Central Time. You guys remember they're in the East. Remember they're in Cincinnati, so they're in the Eastern Time zone. So they're of course an hour ahead. So 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time is the first pitch. So that would mean 11:40 a.m. in the Central Time zone. So yeah, 11:40 is our time for first pitch. So the game will already be 20 minutes in by the time we get on the air. So my plan for tomorrow is play catch up with the other things, see who makes up their test, then uh, then after getting on the air, go downstairs, have my lunch, take care of Bingo Blitz and both flip sides, like I said I would, and then come back up here and then we'll see what we can do leading up to the coverage. If see the beginnings of the event, and then of course we'll follow it along. Yeah, and then of course we will follow the event as of course we'll follow the storm as it races. Is that the flood warning? Wow. Instead of the flood warning, Comcast decides to text. But oh, now it works? Now it wants to work. Okay. Perfect. It wants to work now. And since we've already passed the stroke of midnight, this Comcast then will start will officially kick off Thursday's video. So this one will officially kick off Thursday's video. Or you know what? I've got something we could do. Oh, right. We're gonna be. That's right. We're gonna see what we can do in terms of continuing to edit the Nostalgia Paradise finale. Because, as you all know, I recorded the footage for it. Now I just need to get it all pieced together. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add in, some of the voice lines and music that we already have, and I'll put the footage into respective chronological order as to how it was made. So we'll kind of do some editing of the episode along the way. However, if I don't finish it, then I'll either do it while I'm at the Lawn of Oaks, considering everything is on the cloud, or I could save it for, or I could hold off on the editing for a bit, because then I still need to record the voice lines. But then something else. I also need to get that other Inspiron set up. Yeah, that other Inspiron that handles our station, while we're away. And of course, since I haven't touched it in a while, it's of course going to be out of date. So I'm going to need to, like I said, so maybe we could do that tomorrow. Get it updated. Yeah, update Windows on there. Put the main security update on the device, and then transfer over the WPLD documentation. Send over the updated documentation for the station. So yeah, send over to sent over the updated documentation for the station. So then on Friday, along with the voice lines, I can then get along around to updating the remaining PCs. Yeah, so then I can get around to updating the remaining computers, including my 2 laptops and my 2 desktops, including the main one. So that's the plan for tomorrow, and of course we'll follow along with coverage as it goes. Right now, for what the radar scan looks like, it looks like it's supposed to be mainly up north in Wisconsin. But of course, we're going to keep an eye here in Chicago, and we're going to see what ends up happening. And they will again release another update to their briefing tomorrow morning. So yeah, we're going to be on all day here. But of course, tomorrow will be the second to last Tower of Cash episode, because Friday will be the 400th and final episode of the show. So before we sign off, of course, I want to thank you all for your viewership to the Tower of Cash series. And I hope you enjoyed the episodes as much as I've enjoyed making them for you all. But as with common reasoning why many shows get canceled, it's because there's enough episodes for reruns, or people to catch up and whatnot. So of course that's the case with the Tower of Cash. But furthermore, I'm looking forward to the premiere of Sorry on June 2nd, along with the beginning of those severe weather things, and I might revise it, but I'm gonna let the song go all the way. Let the song go all the way through. So at this point we are done. So with that, we will be back tomorrow as we cover the enhanced risk of severe weather across northern Illinois. Again, thank you also thanks to all our special guests today. We always appreciate them being with us. So we'll see you tomorrow afternoon at noon for coverage of the enhanced risk. Until then, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, good night.